Good morning. Hello, welcome. Welcome to our painting stream. We are going to keep painting through these cheap elves today. This is the last one. I'm Nichole. This is Dice and Dungeons. We do these painting streams every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, but we are going to be off next week. I just want to alert people to that we're going to not be doing our regular painting streams. Morning, everyone. Our regular painting streams next week will not be off. We're going to be traveling a bit. Sorry. Morning. Coffee. So normally we're painting things that we print on those 3D printers behind me. Today I'm going to be painting this last elf. This is from a mass producer that we wanted to just see what the quality was like. It comes pre-primed and everything like that. It looks like my dad already cleaned off some of the injection molding issues. Oh no, it's working? Okay. I have this little base disc. Do you like that emote I made? Yeah, I made a flip emote. Oh my god. Okay. How is that? I regret making that emote already. But I'm glad it got approved finally. Sometimes Twitch takes a while. Alright, so... Oh no, are you having an emote war? So, the big thing is that we've been painting these elves in Rune colors, which is very stark green and silver mostly. Right? But this elf does not work as a Rune in our campaign. They don't Rune to his shields or maces. So I'm gonna do some silly stuff with it. Oh, there's sevens. They're trying out all the new emotes in chat here. I don't know how many have been approved yet. I haven't looked. Of the ones I submitted. So the theme for this elf is gonna be our new color. Gonna be the color theme we're going with on our new elf. Pink and gold. So, I'm just gonna start laying in a base coat here. Yeah, Tangy is... We had one slot that was in a special, like, higher tier slot. So, Lexi said to put Tangy in there. Make it exclusive. So, I'm just looking over this figure here. It's kind of muddled in the torso as to what's going on. So I'm gonna start... Yeah, exactly, apparently. I'm gonna start with the gold on the armor, actually. Mostly because I don't want to... There's like this really awkward area where the cloak and the back meet. here that's going to be hard to paint. And it'll be harder to paint the armor than it will the cloak, just from the angle of it. So I'm going to try and get the armor in now while I can be a little messier. And I'll probably do some detailed difference changes to the details on this armor as I go. But for now, I'm gonna just base coat it in gold and make any changes on top. This is also sort of giving me a sense of what's going on with this character's armor. It's a little odd, a little hard to see. And we're getting behind the shield here, which is gonna be annoying, but not that bad. I hope. This is roughly where the halberd is, or whatever, the chest piece, the cuirass, whatever fancy word you want to do. This is why I try to avoid, honestly, playing characters with cloak. Because getting up and under a cloak is horrible to paint. The upside is that you basically never see up there, but try and get it as good as possible. Alright, so that's about where the gold for the halberd is, from what I can tell. Perhaps more of the armor will be sort of reveal itself as I go. I am going to do gold on the banding around the shield, just roughly here. I'm probably gonna be going back over it, but I want to get that in. Exactly, 128. Even in chat. The tangy crab is a bit overpriced for what you get. Okay, that should be good for gold right now. My rough gold work here. I'll assess the mace near the end because it's just sticking out there. I don't really know what color I want the mace to be at. I might do like bronze, I might do silver. We'll see. One thing I am noticing though, as I drink my coffee, is that she has some more of the scales on her forearm. The armor scales. So, let me put those in quick so they match the rest of the armor. So, now I'm gonna start working on some of the, I'm guessing, cloth pieces that make up this character's armor. They look like cloth. So there's two primary colors I'm gonna be using for this character. It's gonna be the pink and the NATO black here. And I'm just making decisions on where I want what. I'm gonna be starting with the black here. So this isn't like a full black, it's sort of a dark charcoal. And I think that just generally looks a little better on a figure than a pure black, which is a little too much actually. So I'm gonna do black on the boots. On here, there's actually a sort of this awkward flat space on the underside of the figure. It's just... So I'm just gonna paint it black so that it just looks like it's shadow or something. Hopefully. On there. And I'm using my larger brush here just because I want to get the colors roughly where they belong so I can start doing detail work as I go. As I'm painting this, yes, I have flipped, thank you. One thing I'm thinking I might do is instead of a black, I might go with something closer to black, but something that'll take wash a little better. So I have two options for that. Yeah, I know, it's a little shiny, yeah, with all the gold. Instead of going full black like this, where it's not going to show a wash, I might actually go with like maybe dark gray, perhaps, or even a field blue, so that I can put a black wash on it. I'm sort of changing my mind as I go here. Looking it over and making some trying to decide if so she has these little like spiky things. I don't know if those are cloth or part of the armor. It's a little hard to see, but right along here there's like these spiky shoulders. Those might be part of the armor, the more I look at them. I originally thought they were like a cloth or feather sort of thing, but... Let's see what happens, how it looks if I make them armor. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Case. I'll do the same thing here. So I think just looking for a color here. I thought we had an open field blue. But we might have gone through it. Oh. This is the one we just got. This one. Here it is. As far away from me as possible. Knocking over all the elves we've been painting while I go. There we go. Alright. So I'm going to use this field blue, which will take the black wash and make it very dark, but not lose all of the detail in the model like a black might. Oh boy, this is basically empty. Anything? Might be a tiny bit of salvageable paint in here. So, I'm going to use a smaller brush for this because there's a lot of awkward detail and look at spacing on this figure. So you can see how dark the field blue is up on the arm there compared to the leg. But it's just a little bit lighter, so it's going to take some of the wash a little better than the NATO black. Yeah. So I'm going to paint over this black down here. I'll keep the black for that like underside area. The shadow, I don't need to change them. Hold it upside down here for a second while I get the angle right. Okay, now the other arm. Yeah, and I'm gonna make a little bit of a mess as I rough in these colors. I got a little on the shield. But I want to get a sense of where everything is quick. You know, you can see a little dot on the shield there. Okay. So that's it for that color for now. Our next color on the docket is this fun one, pink. Haven't used this color. I don't know if it's very opaque or very translucent or anything like that. Do a quick test. So, just from an initial thing, it is fairly translucent, which means it's gonna need a little extra oomph. Maybe a second coat. But I'm going to start it. It might be it needs some more shaking actually, because it's brand new. I gave it a pretty good shake, but let's seal it up again and really stir it up. That might help it a bit. No, it's just a translucent paint. Sort of like the red is, some of them are primary colors and brighter colors, and the Tamiyas that we use tend to just get a little thinner. Like red and yellow, a lot of the brighter ones, the lighter ones. So all it really needs is just an extra coat, which isn't too bad. Gonna want to switch to the smaller brush when I get to the back side of the cloak in some of these areas, just because I'm gonna have to sneak my way behind. As you can see, I'm having to hold it at sort of an upside down, awkward angle. And this is why you should never wear cloaks with your D&D character if you're going to be painting a mini. I know, my character has a cloak, but I'm also wearing glamored armor, so I can hide it. So... getting to the point where I'm going to want to switch to my more detailed brush. This is an extremely annoying area to get paint to. Get it back in there. Okay. Now the cloak comes up and around. There's definitely going to be cleanup involved in that, but there's the cape mostly in very wet still. Spamming flip, huh? I already regret that amount. Now, one thing I'm wondering as it dries, is this a glossy pink? Because that might be pretty weird. Cool. I was expecting it to be a matte flat pink, but it actually might be a gloss color. Which, if it's the case, now that I'm playing with it, I might rearrange this whole figure's design a bit. Because I was expecting a matte pink, and I think this is a gloss. It's a brand new color. I've never even tested it. I just figured it's a cheap model. I'll play around with it. But as it's drying, it looks like it might be a gloss. But I'm gonna give it a minute and see. If it is a gloss, then what I'll do actually is change it so the armor is the pink part. So it's like an enamel armor. But I have a feeling, based on what I'm seeing here, that this is a glossy pink. Which is interesting. I wasn't planning on that, so let's shift direction. I could keep going with this and it'd probably be fine actually, but I kind of want to, I don't know, I want to make it look nice. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep the legs and shirt the same color. I'm going to change what's currently pink and change the gold to if it's glossy, I'm gonna make the armor pink. And make the cloak and cloth accents also black. I'll keep the banding on the shield, but yeah. Alright, you learn as you paint. That's what I'm doing. So, because this will look very pink for a minute, because the armor is a lot drier than the rest of the pink is. So I'm gonna paint over that first. And then I'll go back and tackle what I just painted pink and tone it back down. Gear shift here. I'm being a little quick and dirty here just to catch up a little bit. I'll still use the gold, but it'll be more of an accent color. So, see how wet. Yeah, actually the cloak's pretty dry, so it's 100% a gloss. Not all that much. Alright, well, that's good to know. So, now that the armor's been roughly pinkified, I am going to be grabbing my field blue again and redoing the cloak, this time in a dark color. Rapid turnaround on the colors as I came to the realization that we were dealing with a gloss. Some of the pink down there hasn't dried yet, so I'm gonna hold off on it for a minute. Instead, we're giving here, have some more flips. There you go. Here. I already regret making that emoji, yes. The emote that you're using. Okay. So this is a really rough color swap, and I have to let things dry. But I switched the armor to pink and the other colors to black. So that's gonna require a whole lot of cleanup. I'm gonna do accent colors like this and gold. For now, while that dries, that whole mess dries, but so I can clean it up, I'm gonna tackle this mace a little. So what I'm thinking for the mace, might be subtle, right? Just roughly color in that mace there, make it just a big old gold mace, why not? Right? Okay, so I'm gonna look at where I need to clean up as it dries. There's clearly plenty of cleanup to do on the armor itself, and I need to get the back of the cloak still. That was still a little wet, so I couldn't really paint on it. So I think another thing I need to do is the skin and hair color, obviously. It's currently just sort of blank. Taking a minute to dry though. I'm gonna start getting like the hands and then start getting the colors for the face and the hair. I also have to do the handle on the mace. I haven't put that in yet. I'm not quite sure what color to do that yet. Okay, so right now she's just a giant hot mess, but I'll be cleaning up soon and start making all of this more detailed. No, I'm off camera here, sorry. For some reason, like, none of the paint is going on the way I want it. So, trying to make a decision. I'm gonna set her aside for now and do the detailing on this throne. Just give myself a little break. So we have this like white ominous throne with chains. High frequent fireman. And I'm just gonna change gears, set that aside. I might strip the paint off of it actually. I'm not happy with the direction it's going. And I'm gonna do some shading. Just because I'm getting kind of frustrated with that figure. The paint is not going where I want it. And I was expecting a flat pink and got a gloss pink. This throne is sort of an experiment with colors to see what we like. On it. But I'm working on at least, because I'm annoyed at that many. How's everyone else's Friday going, though? Obviously, I'm having an off start to mine, but that's okay. You can see this is much less fiddly. It's much more relaxing. I can't really screw it up. Okay, so that's gonna take a minute to dry, but I'll give you an idea of what it looks like with the black wash on it. Put that aside. Alright. Oh, stretch. And in the vein of being a little more relaxed this morning, I have a huge pile of doors. I know they're not as exciting, but I could use a slower break right now. Oh, I'm stuck on this one. Put that one aside. So we have a few doors here. We'll paint those instead of thinking about how annoyed I am at that figure. I'm going to grab the flat brown. Also going to grab my little alligator clip stand. This just makes it a lot easier. Grab a door like that, and then I can paint all around it. This is a diversion. This is a door we actually 3D printed ourselves on the 3D printers there. If you're interested in the designer, you can go to our website, DysonDungeons.com, and under the Attributions tab, we list all the designers that we use for these sorts of terrain pieces and figures and stuff. Alright. Nice, relaxing door. I have had stuck in my head all morning the Tiny Toons theme song for some reason. Hey Esty, how's it going? Thanks for dropping by. It's like you're super flashy emotes. I got frustrated with a mini I was painting, so I swapped to doing some doors. Just to give myself a little break from that. Get in. Side there. There we go. Alright. It's always important to remember to stretch periodically while you're working, or else you will hurt yourself. Having a slow, quiet Friday morning here, which is nice. I don't know how much we've talked about it on air, but we're going to be having a giveaway happening soon for some D&D books, and there's going to be more information for our 50th episode this weekend posted about it. So I don't know how much I'm supposed to talk about it or not, but keep an eye out on our social media and our 50th episode this weekend. It's pretty exciting. It's a big old D&D book thing. So now that those are done with their brown base coat here, I'm going to let them dry. And I think what I'm going to do is see if I can I'm going to see if I can strip the mini of its paint. It's made out of a very cheap plastic, so I don't know if it's gonna be messed up or not, but it's a cheap mini, so what I'm gonna do is get a cup or a jar of some sort. Okay. Get some stuff to strip the paint off. See what happens. Because I'd like to start over. The big problem I'm facing is that I didn't know that pink was glossy, so even though I painted over it, it kept the gloss on the cape. And that's why you always test your paints before you start painting a mini. So, I don't know exactly what will happen with the plastic here, but I'm gonna see if I can strip some of this paint off. And then if it worked, I'll take a quick break, reprime it. I'll just use our quick and dirty primer. I'm not going to use our big airbrush primer. And start from scratch, knowing that I have a glossy pink rather than a flat pink. So the paint's definitely coming off. I don't know if you can, how well you can see it in there, but you can see the paint dissolving away. It's kind of fun. It won't come off fully just sitting here, but I'll be pulling it out and wiping it down. Just agitating it a little bit. Yeah, that's going. I think what I need actually are some tongs. Yeah. It's important whenever you're using tongs to go before using them. You always have to do some hole clacking. So all of the paint on here should now be very wet and soluble. I'm gonna just help it along by kinda rubbing it gently with a paper towel. Basically. It looks like the mini is fine. It's plastic. It shouldn't be affected from that short of contact with my stripping chemical here. And it's not going to get all the paint off 100%. That just isn't going to happen. But what I'm mostly going for is getting enough of the paint off that it won't be clumpy when I reprime it. So you can see it coming off. And what I really want to get off is the pink, the glossy stuff. Because that's what kind of screwed it up. So this is a lesson in restarting. and how forgiving, gonna let it soak a little more, how forgiving painting minis can be, because even if you use the wrong paint in the wrong spot and it gets the whole thing kind of glossy and messed up, all you have to do is strip the paint and reprime, and you're good to go. So it's actually kind of nice. It's a low risk. You don't have to stress too much about it. Even if you mess up pretty bad, you can, even if you break the model, you can re-glue it. You know, there's a lot of leeway that's given with mini painting. Mostly stripped down here now. Almost well enough. And I'm just working the paper towel down into some of the harder to reach cracks and, you know, the little in-between areas. You could also use a Q-tip for this, or a cotton swab. That would also work to help pull out paint in some of the harder to reach areas. I'm going to give it one more quick bath, and then I will take a short break to reprime. At least like even our cheap primer that we use for like, I need this done in 30 seconds rather than, you know, getting the airbrush set up. Even that is better than whatever they put on this mini, as their pre-primed, sort of ready-to-paint product. Well, you've probably never seen this on the show before, because we're so good usually. Alright. I'm gonna get a fresh paper towel. Here we go. The hardest spots to get are these areas that are like under the cloak. Unsurprising there, right? It's kind of funny, it actually takes it off in layers, so the areas I painted gold and then painted over, you can see the gold coming through. I'm gonna give it a little once over here. One more, just to be safe. What I'm using for this is just isopropyl alcohol. It's just a rubbing alcohol, basically. Because I'm using acrylic paints, it pulls it off very effectively. It's a more effective solvent than water in this case. But while I'm waiting, this is how the throne is drying. Hopefully it looks sort of evil and dark and mysterious. You can't really see the green too well, but up in the top there's a green gem. The camera's not picking up that color too well here. Okay. Alright, that should be stripped enough. So, I am going to seal up my rinse here. And what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to run outside where it's not more ventilated and reprime this piece now that most of the paint is stripped off. And we will be right back. Give it about 5-10 minutes. Stick around. I will be right back once I figure out my new layout. We're back. Yeah, you came back.
Look at me in the curly Q there.
Yeah, here, let me shift over slightly.
A little bit. There we go.
We haven't been together in a little while.
No, we decided to do that because it's Friday afternoon, and look, we found the 4th egg.
Yeah, so we printed 4 eggs.
And I painted 3.
And 1 disappeared.
Because a cat had knocked it behind a piece of furniture.
So the person who does our printing claims they printed 4 eggs and stood by it this whole time. I think they only printed 3, and then they secretly printed a 4th one and then pretended to find it.
No. That's pretty sneaky.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, we now have a 4th egg, and I'm going to be painted to sheer a Rune color.
And I've given up on that elf, so we're doing this cool guy, who will be used in probably a 1-shot. There's our printer getting angry.
So what I'm going to do with this egg is I'm going to paint it in the spiral.
I'm going to cover my tracks and change what we're painting today.
Mm-hmm. Because at least for this afternoon.
There. Now no one will be the wiser.
So,
in fact, I'll just cut the whole first part. Hi everyone, this is Relaxing. I'm just kidding.
This is half of it. Anyway, I'm going to do the spiral pattern because that was fairly straightforward and it looks pretty good. So stick that on here. I'm going to be painting.
This guy is going to be purple and red. And maybe some gold and other colors.
As
highlights. But the bulk of him will be purple and red.
This will be dark green, a lighter green, but I think will look okay with it. And it's duraluminum, which is a slightly darkened silverish color. And the way this works is I paint up to there, because this is really easy to paint if I'm painting up to the raised scales on the egg. And I'll paint slightly into the next one and go around every third one. This egg, if you divide it into 3 stripes, has 1 stripe extra. On the last one I painted that just charcoal gray, and that turned out fine. I'll do the same with this. So I'll do that and then paint the next color, which slightly goes over that, and then this, and then that, and then back to the very first color to do the touch-up after I do the 3rd color.
So you said this is the Rune egg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to be their cult egg. Whatever.
So I'm just roughing in the colors like I normally would.
Now I'm going to start with the dark green. And just start painting. The trickiest part is up here at the top where they kind of spiral into each other, because sometimes which color is which is a little indistinct at that point. And that took some touching up on the last spiral I did. So we'll see how far I can get in 2 hours of doing this.
This guy's actually fairly simple because he's just a lot of cloth. So there is some detail cloth that I'll have to be aware of. What do you think I should do? I want to do a 3rd cloth color for detail. I'm thinking ivory.
I think ivory would look good with that. White might be a little too stark.
So like there's this these like hanging banners that go down.
Totally off camera.
Yeah.
There we go.
You have to get used to your positioning. You can always move your camera too, if you need to.
Right. So this first stripe, I'm not going to be... Yeah, I did a lot. Yeah, on Wednesday when I was painting, I had to move it quite a ways. That's why it's so far this way.
Well, I actually moved it out of position to make this space because you had said you were gonna. We normally are sitting a little more centrally when we're solo painting, And I had to shift the thing. I shifted over to the side a bit to, because you said you were going to come down later today.
So in this first one, I'm painting up into that row and down into this row. Now it's kind of intentionally, because I want to make sure it's covered. And then each row I'll be painting up to the raised scales on the other side. So it's just important that I get this in. And I know that the last step is going to be basically retouching this entire line here. Because that's going to be, I'm not sure what that'll end up being. Maybe the silver. I think I might paint the silver last. That tends to dry pretty quickly, and then I can come back with this deep green. What I'm kind of counting on is this drying when I get around, all the way around, and I start with the next color. That this one will be dry already, and then I can paint the next color up and into the scales.
Sometimes you find a cat hair on your brush. That's all brushes have that feature. It's not just for people with cats.
Oh yeah, right. I thought it was special here.
So here's the rough purple, and then I'm gonna do a rough red once I find a clean cup. I found a clean cup. And I'm gonna, as I'm going, I'm gonna try and define the line between the purple and the red here. As I get up to it, actually, there's one small spot of purple.
There's that stripe, and then this will be the light green, and that'll be the silver. And so we'll go back to the dark green here. Is this on camera?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Kinda, sorta.
A big piece, so I can put the camera a little further away. Decided to do this egg because we just found it.
You wanted to do it. You liked it.
Yeah. Painting eggs is kind of fun. I wouldn't have done this ordinarily, but because we didn't have it, you know.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah. I didn't paint this earlier because it was
Missing. Or unprinted.
Depending on who you believe.
Depending on which conspiracy theory.
Cats that's confessed.
Pretty suspicious.
I mean, our cats are usually really honest about everything they do, aren't they?
Definitely.
Like all cats. It's like, oh yeah, that thing that just fell over.
That was just gravity. That wasn't me. Lean a little in here as I start to work in the line between the purple and the red. And there'll be some purple touch up, like especially right there where I just slipped. But my main goal here is just to get the whole thing the colors we need. And it's gonna look a little bright and shiny before I shade it in. And that's okay. And all of the cloth, there's a lot of sort of cloth ripples, I guess. I don't know, folds.
Yeah, folds.
That will really come out when I do the wash. You don't really get to see it in this moment. Need to get everything colored in.
That paint just turned out to be too shiny.
It was super gloss, and when I painted over it, it actually made the paint above it gloss as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. We just started.
That's right. It was an alternate universe event.
Yeah. In the Terran Empire. That was a Star Trek joke.
Yep.
Mirror universe.
He took us back in time to show us what could have happened if what did happen hadn't happened the first time.
If what you're referring to is Picard, Q isn't the one that took them back in time.
No, Q was back in time.
Q just shifted them, and they had to go back in time themselves.
That's right. And they had to get help from the Board Queen. I remember that.
Mm-hmm. We like Star Trek. Oh man. One Star Trek show I didn't think was gonna be good, but it was actually really good, was Lower Decks. The animated comedy of Star Trek. It's actually very good.
Like the Riker satire of Riker.
Mm-hmm. Getting some of these base colors in. I'm gonna switch back to purple using my smaller brush and clean up some of the joining lines between the two.
You really start seeing how this spirals. As you can see, when you're painting with one of these darker colors, sometimes the paint, you get these little spots that show up where the paint just hadn't covered for a reason of its own. Before I put this away, I'm going to go around again. Do I touch up the white spots that are showing up? Gray.
Yeah, so even though we didn't even use our good primer on that one.
No.
So the better the primer, the less you have to deal with that sort of flaky effect.
We found the egg and I just said, okay, let me go ahead.
I'm gonna hit it quick.
I come back with this color at the end anyway. Is when I paint the third one,
Having
it'll
an
come
extra
over the edge here. Go back over again. Because it's just way easier to get the line right painting up to the high ridge than it is painting down onto it, at least for me.
I'm gonna get the third color on here now before I go too quick into cleanup, which is gonna be the ivory.
Okay, the red and the purple look good together.
Yeah. Looking a little like,
red and purple guy.
I was gonna say it's more orange, I know, but it's starting to give me a vibe of,
I have no idea.
High Wind.
Oh. Cups here.
Some more Star Trek for you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this cup's all full of other paint, but it's dry, so it probably won't go anywhere. And I need a paper towel. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm starting with this hem here.
Amount of this paint, but I'm gonna only squeeze out a little bit at a time, because otherwise it dries in the cup and becomes unusable. A little bit. I could have just painted it green and gold and done a Green Bay Packers.
I suppose he could have.
Yeah, but I didn't, and I'm not going to.
But if you want to make sports-themed Easter eggs, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, nothing like the mixing of sports and dragons.
Well, yeah. Why not? If we ever open a store, You can do sports colors. You know, colors of your favorite sports team. You know, the people who buy dragon eggs are real sports fans. Almost certainly.
The crossover between D&D nerds and football fans is people who like statistics.
Hmm. Yeah, it'd be even worse for baseball.
True.
There's even statistics about statistics.
This cat hair is causing a real problem. I still have those tongs. Like, I have this runaway cat hair that got onto the model.
And it's just not leaving him.
Okay.
But you can see as I go up the egg here, how relatively easy it is to get the demarcation line by painting up to the scales that are raised. And then the messy demarcation line just disappears and turns into a neat demarcation. Doing like the trim.
Well, I did the trim.
Like a piping around the outside.
Actually, there's a separate layer of robe that's coming down underneath the purple.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see that from here.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to eat. It wasn't easy to make out. But it's actually a very, very layered outfit. They probably have to keep warm a lot. Right?
In their,
in their weird
drafty castle lair.
Well, actually, I think this character is going to be used in a little Spelljammer mini-series. For when Spelljammer comes out.
Oh, I was saying how easy it was, and I just like, oh, I'm not going to pay attention. It's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
Just slop paint all over.
Good.
Yeah.
So there's a border around this white I'm painting that I'm gonna just have it be gold. It'll be a bit of a pain to paint, but I think it'll look good. And that's why I'm not really tackling the edges with the ivory.
Looks like gold will come in later.
So there'll be some detailing on this white, but I want to get that base coat in.
Left it almost made a huge mess. Almost. The paint got on where I'm going to be painting next, not where I had already painted. So that part was pretty lucky. So we have some pretty interesting figures here when we come back. Okay.
Yes, this is actually one of them. I wasn't intending to paint it today, but here we are. Right?
You know, we have a giant crab because every once in a while it's time for crab.
Or it can turn into a relatively large crab.
We have sort of a mechanical T-Rex thing.
Yeah. With various breath attack weapon effects.
Mm-hmm. There was
A velociraptor.
yeah, it's a little velociraptor.
I mean, it's a actually it's a big.
Relative, yeah.
It's like a Jurassic Park size velociraptor when you scale it to
as opposed to like chicken size. They should be, but it's pretty big. That'll be fun. We have a Sturmgrimmy.
Yep, a big old sea serpent.
Hoping Sturmgrimmy makes frequent appearances in our campaign.
In combat.
Or just, you know, there.
So I have roughed in the white.
Suppose Alexis would let Sturmgrimmy become an NPC companion.
No. A giant sea serpent.
Yeah.
I'd have to move the campaign fully to the ocean.
How about a big tank?
A really, really big tank.
Yeah.
Where did I set the gold? Is this it? There it is. It looks like our chat's been going, but for some reason it wasn't updating until just a second ago. Huh. Weird. Yeah.
There's two of what?
Two of us.
No, there aren't. There's one of each of us.
Yeah. I'm Soria, and this is Soria transformed into my father. Right? That's how it works.
There's two of you?
No. I just transformed into you.
Don't let this be confusing.
I'm starting to work the gold in. It's gonna need some touching up on the red below it, I'm sure, as I go. But this is all part of the rough in process, not the cleanup process. I just want to get a good idea of where everything is situated.
As you can see at the very top here, there's always this, and what colors make it to the top of the spiral and where? Put up the last egg, we do it like three rounds of touching up with different colors until the spiral on the top ended up looking okay.
Alright, such a hard time focusing today. Like, holy crap.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, there was this go around one time because there's like spots with this color as well that didn't really get painted. Those up. And then I'm going to pull out that deep green again because that one in place where I just made the mess right there, that's just going to keep bothering me, and then I'm going to forget about it when I pull it out again to retouch up later. So just take care of it right away. And when I have the deep green out, probably play around a little bit with the spiral on the top. Pull the finer brush out for this, because I have that one little touch-up area. And I don't want to have to come back to the other green to touch that up again after being touched up. I want to play around with the spiral on the top a little bit. That'll be the last thing I end up doing.
Gold is not the... I don't know, it's really annoying to work with sometimes.
Yeah, it's really kind of thick, viscous, isn't it?
It's viscous, but it's also translucent.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have to do a lot of cleaning up along the edge here with a color that operates a little more like I want it to. In this case, purple. And ivory.
Yeah, the ivory tends to cover pretty well. It's always a nice surprise when that happens.
But this gold is both translucent and viscous, and it's very
Unhelpful.
unhelpful. I should have done brass just to have an easier time. But I'm just accepting that there's going to be a lot more cleanup than I would want. I'm going to get out the red now and start cleaning up in the front. Actually, there's another thing, and I'll touch a color here. I'm gonna get the purple because this will probably also involve some cleaning up, but he has this like wrap belt around his waist. So I'm gonna just get a little bit of purple. And this arm's actually kind of in the way. So,
No, The next stripe is duraluminum, which is slightly darkened silver color. And I'll be carefully painting up to the edges of those scales. Back, pulling out the paint I didn't want to mess with again to paint in spots that didn't get painted. So yeah, I'm going to be painting there, but I'm also going to paint down into the edge and into the green again. And then I'll come back with the green later and clean up that edge.
Alright, now it's time to go in with the red and clean up as many spots as I can.
It actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup because the gold would not work with me.
Yeah, the gold.
And
I get a paint that just will not cooperate.
I'm gonna have to do all the runes. There's a lot of runes on all of the white banners and stuff.
And I need to get a cup.
Sometimes if I only need a tiny bit, I'll just put a dot on the paper towel.
Yeah, but I need to do all the stripes.
Gotcha.
So this is a metal color. These metal colors are designed for airbrushes, so they're fairly thin, but a little bit covers a lot of surface, and they actually flow on pretty well. Like I did before, I'm going to squeeze some less than I need, hopefully, into this cup and start painting color stripes. A lot of it just right there in the... Oh, I'll use that too. Probably have more than I need now. Okay, I'm going to start with this one.
It's coming along.
Pretty shiny, but I actually want it shiny because shiny silvery is the Tashira Rune accent. And I want to get the edge of the scale, the bottom edge. So I'm deliberately going to be painting back into the dark green that I did before. And there's just no way to avoid it. I mean, one color or another was going to get painted in on top of the other. But the dark green covers pretty well. So I think I'll be okay putting this silvery color down and then coming back later with the dark green. But I want to get to the scales there. So I am deliberately painting over where I painted before so that I can come back and paint over where I deliberately painted over.
Spot that needs to be gold along the side here, that's going to be a pain. But I'll come back up and touch that up in a little bit. I'm gonna keep doing my purple touch up here while I have it ready and on the brush. I'll need to do some more down the road. So what color should the rune lettering be? This outfit.
Is it against that kind of... What's the background color?
It's on the ivory. You can see all these runes running down the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's tempting to make them metallic, but...
I could try and have them really stand out and do something like turquoise or...
I think the turquoise...
Or red again, or...
I think the turquoise would actually look pretty good.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. If the paint behaves. Because that's...
Turquoise isn't too bad.
It's a real fine detail thing.
No, the turquoise isn't too bad to work with. I think the way this is shaped, actually, the ivory starts there. Sort of getting a sense as I've colored it in where things lie on this figure.
Squeeze any out, really.
You're very gravelly.
Yeah, I know. I've got allergies going on. Paint I needed was in the little hole in the bottle cap there. The stuff I squeezed out is just going to end up being taught. These metallic, just a little bit goes so far.
I'll have to redefine that a little, but that's coming along. Areas that are problematic for the purple before I go back to the ivory and gold. I'm gonna touch up the gold here before I do the ivory, because I'm sure I'll need to do more touch up on the ivory after this goes on. Trying to tackle this sort of edge to the upper cloth here. It's a little annoying sometimes.
Duraluminum, I know it looks pretty shiny, but it's actually got a fair amount of dark in it. So compared to like a straight up chrome or a silver, it's subdued. Saying, why did I paint all this green in? Just so I ended up having to paint it over again. Well, because this had to go in order to get the lighter green in. Learned that when I did my first spiral egg. That, it feels like you're doing something twice, but it ends up actually being easier. Stuffed a little bit that was in that bubble. So I'll get 2 more of these silver stripes to do. And then the next step, which is not going back to the dark green. Not quite yet.
Couple spots where the red didn't hold on. That manifests as little dots. Okay. I'm gonna go clean up the ivory next, and then once the ivory is clean, I have more purple to tackle. But we're coming along, and then I'm gonna use a little charcoal for the sleeves, or NATO black, for the long drapey holes of the sleeves, just to create that spot there. But first, ivory.
As I paint this one, you'll see that there isn't any, there's a blank one here. There's an extra stripe. And if you paint 3 colors of stripes, you end up with 1 extra.
What happens if you paint 4?
I don't know, you have to count them. Never bothered to count how many there actually were. I just think, oh, 1 more stripe, 1 more stripe, 1 more stripe. Finish painting them. But now that you asked, when they're painted in sets of 3, I can count how many there are. We can see what numbers equally divide them.
That's impossible to determine.
Division.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once you start dividing numbers, then you end up with fractions, and you know where that goes.
Nowhere good.
I'm going to go around again and see if I missed anything. checking to make sure that I actually got these bottom edges as well. Close this up. Excuse me. Color I used on the other egg for the extra stripe was actually that NATO black, which is a really nice neutral dark gray color.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it too.
Yeah. I'll paint this stripe quickly. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. There's 16 stripes. So if we did 4 colors, they would come out even. Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Well,
The old, like, PSA thing. The G.I. Joes.
uh-huh. Okay. Edge there anyway. So I'm going to paint this stripe, this black, dark charcoal kind of color, and I'm going to get that up into the green. That's why I'm not doing the green, dark green next, because I had this extra stripe that was going to get painted up into it. And I thought, well, I might as well do this one first and then pull the green out. Like I did with the silver, paint down, make sure I get that edge. So you'll say, oh, it's been divided equally by 4. Why didn't you do this in 4 colors? And
I didn't say that.
No, somebody might.
Oh, who would say that?
I don't know, somebody. Nobody would say that. But if somebody did, the answer would be, I really couldn't think of a 4th color to go with these. That would be sheer and
You could
we have
do
another
like,
green, but it's
or a bright silver, maybe.
like between the 2 greens.
Yeah,
Do a brighter silver and then a darker silver.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking over the piece and making some judgments. Yep. I can't get this side of the hood quite right. I keep going back and forth.
Yeah, one of those things where you can't quite get your brush in the right place.
I think that did it.
then they just go back and forth and just make smaller and smaller dots. So finally you get the dot you need. I'm going to come back up and try to figure out how to make the top of the spiral look better when I get near the end. But there's the dark stripe, and you can see where it dries. It's a nice flat color. It just kind of blends in with the other colors. So you hardly even notice it's there. You need to help yourself. Dry for a bit.
We'll take a second and do the blank on this one. There's not a lot, it's just in the sleeve.
So, got some touching up to do. The egg is falling off of the thing here. But you can see the Rune themed egg coming along. I just need to go back and touch up with the dark green along the silver borders. Get this to stick. Need just a touch of that black paint because
Sorry.
I touched it as I was trying to get it back on the
Getting these sleeves in for the darker parts of the sleeve.
That's looking pretty nice, actually.
Nice. You sound incredulous.
Well, when I first saw the figure, it was like, this is weird.
It's supposed to be weird.
So there. Let me go back to the color I started with, this darker green. I want to hope that this stays on. It's just stuck on half of it. What I'm going to do is go back around where the silver got on the dark green and the black got on the dark green, and just clean up those edges. And then I'll let it set for a bit and then get out all the colors again, probably, and figure out what to do about the spirally on the top. So, yeah, so you can see where I intentionally got the silver on there. And just go back to the dark green right along the edges of the scales. And then it looks like it should. I'm not quite sure why the ticky tack is giving up, but it is. If you would like a dragon egg, you can paint them yourselves and paint them. Oh, you want to sell dragon eggs?
Eventually.
Eventually. We might sell dragon eggs eventually. So think about the color scheme that you would like. The spiral is fairly straightforward. Doing 3 or 4 colors or would divide evenly into the number of spirals. If you've been watching the stream, you can see the other ones I painted. Each one kind of like a flame effect. You can do that in multiple colors, basically horizontal stripes instead of spirally stripes. Or you can do like the very first one I did, which is multicolored, random colored scales.
Which is pretty cool.
Which is pretty cool, but that one takes a long time to paint. Because you have to, each scale is an individual thing, and then it has to be touched up with them next to it. And then you look, and the color clumping and the color spreading isn't quite haphazard enough. But it came out really well.
It did.
It was all metallic, so I thought it was pretty nice.
We're getting closer on this guy. And a little more black and some more ivory. Might do the lettering soon and the runes, which will really make this pop, because all this white has runes all over it that are currently hidden. First.
Cannot say but first without saying.
Tron, yeah, I know. For all our Star Trek referencing. Neat.
The only way to avoid that is to not say but first.
I say it a lot though.
You'd say, before I do that.
No. I'm not gonna say it before I do.
Touching up one more silver border, and then I'll touch up the black charcoal gray border. And then take a look at the very tippy top of this thing and decide. I mean, the spiral on the top isn't bad, but there's just some places where it's just not working. Here it's not painted at all. Paint that the dark green, since that's the color that's kind of coming up into it. Scales become indistinct and kind of overlap in weird ways.
There's a lot of back and forth on this. There's a lot of fairly clean lines on the figure, which makes it a little hard, actually. I'm gonna be doing a lot of purple touch-up next. I'm like shuffling little plastic cups all over. Because almost everything on here is not Tamiya, but the Vallejo.
Yeah, we should get some of those little palette things.
Yeah, those really cheap little plastic pallets.
Yeah, with the little wells.
With the little cups, they're like...
Yeah, everybody uses those, and we used to have like a half dozen of them.
And they cost like 2 cents.
Yeah, and I think you have to buy 15 of them at a time or something.
But still.
But that would, for this...
It would help a lot.
Paints, the cups are okay, but it's hard to get your brush into it.
Yeah. Without knocking him over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if we ever remember, that's the hard part. When we're putting an order in for something.
For little plastic pallets.
Like the edge here where the black was.
Okay.
Okay, so there.
I'm like, okay, I'm about to talk, and you're like, okay, so
Talk.
no, it's just funny. The timing of it.
Yeah, I just finished a little bit of something.
Alright. Try and get my brush clean here. There's a little more white touch up right on the hem. Right.
See if any of the lighter green is still alive at all. Kind of. Just bottom here. Seems to be that color. Trying to get the spiral on the top.
Okay, I think I'm at a step now where I'm gonna do the runes running along the ivory. Do you think turquoise?
I think trying turquoise is a good way to start. It really might look pretty good.
I'm just noticing one last touch-up spot. Hopefully last. Are we eventually going to wander into a dragon nesting area so we can see all the eggs?
Where
Those
did that come from? Good grief.
Wow, you really glopped it.
It was just wet, it just dripped.
It must be a turtle egg, because that was like Galapagos Island.
Yeah. Can't be.
I need another cup.
I was cleaning my brush and the water just spilled off of it.
So there's like a slight hem around the red. Should I paint that in or let that be like just a stitch line?
No. Yeah, that should be something else.
Alright, well, I'll worry about that after. Are you booing my joke? These eggs, if we used them in D&D, would be about 20 to 30 feet tall.
Eggs?
Mm-hmm.
At least.
In D&D terms.
Maybe at least 30 feet. You get this spiral. See, the paint is gummed up in the cap, so it's not even coming on the book. Trying to get this spiral looking okay.
I'm trying to minimize the amount of touch-ups. Hey, Lady Kachara. Welcome. Thanks for dropping by.
Hi. I'm painting an egg into Rune colors.
And I'm painting a weird cultist.
And you're painting a weird cultist figure.
What do you think?
Yeah, the blue looks good.
Yeah, there's a spot or two there I'm gonna have to clean up, but that's to be expected.
Just finishing this egg, and there's a spiral effect on the top where everything kind of comes together. That, you know, the scales are not well defined. Thinking the lighter green, which isn't my favorite, but I'm not sure I want to go up with the silver color too terribly much more. Silver color could all kind of connect at the top here, like that. I think let's do that. It just looks better.
Getting a couple spots here and there, but it's actually not going too bad.
Okay.
Right?
Other than, yeah, I know. I finished something just as you do.
Yeah, I was saying the lettering's not going too bad. There's a couple spots where my brush slips slightly that I'll have to just dab a little ivory over. But I think that those runes are coming along alright. What were you gonna say?
I'm saying, okay, I did that.
Oh.
I finished it. So there's the egg. This is a Rune egg. It's in the colors of the kind of quasi-militia cult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a warrior cult.
Mm-hmm. That we've run into just kind of tangentially. They just kind of show up there. They haven't been main actors.
Yeah.
Yeah, although they may be.
Soon.
They're kind of they come in sort of like mercenaries, and then they take over.
Yeah. So those are a little messy. I'll clean those up with the ivory. But first I'm going to tackle the front letterings as well.
And I'll just do some touching up here in a few spots where I'm seeing, you know, colors in the places I really don't like them.
I just slipped. I made that way too long. Alright.
You can't really tell, but if you look closely, you can see there's a seam line here. And it doesn't show too much right now on camera, but these eggs actually unscrew. This paint dries, you can do that. And then you can fill the egg with little treats.
Or dragons.
Or little baby dragons, money.
Dragon.
More dragons. More eggs. Cat treats. Treats. Little dogs. Whatever. Anyway.
Anything small.
Yeah, anything small that will fit inside. But yeah, they unscrew. It's kind of a cool thing. And then you can...
You could grab a finished one if you want to show the screwing.
I could. Where are they? Up on the shelf there?
They're on top of the shelf over there.
Yep, let's see. No, I'm not going to bother.
All right.
Take my word for it. You can unscrew these. Finding just little spots of the wrong color in a few spots, a few places. There's one. For some reason. Yeah, right there it is. Darker color hit spotted. Okay, so I'm going to declare this egg a success.
Good.
Yep.
Good job.
And if you'd like, I can work on those doors you started.
Sure. Yeah, I just sort of started them randomly.
Yeah, because
There's nothing
better than
happened.
dealing with the
I
whole
don't-
thing that didn't happen earlier.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So are we using the steel on that for the metal?
No, I usually use chainmail and then wash it with the black wash.
No, you've been using the chainmail silver?
Yeah, and then I wash it with black wash.
Okay.
You sound so disappointed.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Paint's getting in the grooves of these caps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. It's been annoying.
That's clean. Isn't very much of it, but it's just enough to keep it from screwing back on. Clean paint out of the lid gap. Yeah, gap. And just enough of it right at the top to
Be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, what color do you think the hem is on this guy's red robe?
Well,
Gold?
yeah, you would like it to be gold, but it's not. It's going to be like charcoal black or maybe gray, like a dark gray. I would do that.
Charcoal black?
I'd use like the neutral gray or the dark gray.
I don't want to add another color.
Okay. Well, then use the charcoal black.
Alright.
Because then that's not another color. Okay, so we have these doors. There's a lot of doors here to be put into a lot of door frames. These particular doors are made out of wood, and they've got metal bracing across it and little door handles. And those are going to be painted chainmail silver. And then I guess the brown where this alligator clip is holding it will be done a little later. So I'm going to use a smaller brush than I usually use for this. Otherwise, I've discovered the paint just goes
This gap
everywhere.
is super gummed up, too.
Already? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Give
know.
it to me. I'll clean that. Please give me the bottle.
Oh,
Yeah, it's stuck on the bottle, not the plastic.
gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, what happens is the paint gets into the cap when you take it off, and then it spreads from the center of the cap around the edges, just gets onto the bottle. And there was a lot of paint on the screw threads on this.
Yeah, for some reason.
Paint jar maintenance. You can't get the cap on tight and the whole thing breaks out. Or when you're trying to get it off, it pops off just at the wrong moment and it's everywhere.
You stuffed up today.
Yeah, there was a front that came through. Well, but it's coming through now. Temperatures are going to drop 20 degrees.
That's alright.
There you go. It should be better.
Thanks.
Heat residue. That's right. It's going to paint the metal strapping and door handles on these doors with chainmail silver.
Here, how's that for having?
Yeah, I like that.
Alright.
I like the little darker color. And the runes, you did a nice job with the runes. They look really good.
Generally, they're okay. They're a little messy in some spots. I still have to clean them up, but I wanted to let them dry. This is still super gummy to close. For some reason, it's really tight.
Yeah. Well, I cleared a lot of paint out, but maybe there is the bottle cap. Threads on the cap are bad too, but those are really hard to get.
Yeah. As
One
long
of
as
those
it
things where you
opens.
just need to kind of like wash it in some alcohol sometime. Okay. Can't really see the strap at this point, but as I paint it,
Whoops, shit. Ah. My god. My hand slipped.
oh, it's one of those I have to go back now.
Yeah. Having a rough day today. A very, very rough day. It happens. That up, and I clean up all the purple. You breathe through my nose. Ugh. It's starting to set, so I have to either get more out or deal with it and then make another mistake.
Oh,
No, today just really sucks. For me. Ugh. Like this ever since I woke up. That was my first mistake. Waking up.
yeah, I get to get up super early today.
Had some work being done on the house.
Yeah. For some reason, people who are working and doing things like HVAC systems and electrical and stuff think that the start of the workday should be 7:30. Start of the workday used to be around 6:30
Yeah.
a.m. Having been retired now, it's whenever I feel like it.
Okay, so the only part I need to paint still before I can do some shading and washing and getting all the fabric looking nice is the hands. Or hand, I should say.
Yeah, you got unhanded.
Yeah, but it's alright. I'll play it into my character. I'm gonna do light blue
Skin?
for the skin.
An interesting choice.
Or maybe medium blue. What do you think? Light blue.
Yeah, let me see the color chart here. Light blue.
Yeah. And I'm gonna do this, not messing anything up. I'm announcing it ahead of time so I can't not do it.
There's the strap on the door. Let's do the other one then and flip it over. They're really bright and shiny, but be putting a black wash on it tones it down and highlights the little nails, the texture of the features, in case little nail heads are holding it on. And also using a teeny brush, running black wash down the gaps between where the boards are, so that those are the door this way, usually from the top, so it's important to get the silver paint east up to the edge here, which I didn't do the first time around. Depending on your angle, you can see something or not. The bottom came out pretty well. Okay, now flip it over and do the same thing on this side.
I'm very close to being able to do a wash on this guy, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, you did a nice job with the runes. I like the blue on the ivory. That's good. And the dark. I like the dark fringe on the boat there. The metallic would have been. It just sort of didn't too bright.
Alright, so giving that a second to dry, the next thing I'm going to be doing is a black wash. And I'm going to be doing a targeted black wash mostly on the purple and red to bring out all of those folds. And a little on the hand to bring out the individual fingers. And we'll sort of see from there. But I think he's looking nice and creepy.
Mm-hmm. Pretty creepy.
Alright, so I'm gonna need the black wash. I have another cup that I use. Try to get a mess on my hands.
You know, the black wash always does that.
I'm gonna use my blue handle brush here. The big thing I'm gonna aim for is controlling the volume correctly of wash. I don't want too much or too little. But erring on the side of too little is better than...
Yep, you can always put more on. Pretty hard to take it off.
It's not actually that hard with wash. If you do it quickly, you can wipe it off with a paper towel.
Yeah, you need to be quick. Quick and accurate. Those are very shiny, but will be toned down later with black wash. Metal straps on this door. Needs to do some touch up with the brown, around the hinge there, and where the clip is holding it. Because everything else will be dry, so we can paint where the clip is. So clean my brush off a second, because the paint's starting to come up on the tip. And the other one. The same thing. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's sneeze season.
Yep, definitely have some allergens coming in on this warm front. Soon to be followed by allergens from the other direction with the cold front that's coming through tonight. Tree pollens are out in force right now. We live in an oak forest, and everything outside is covered in this kind of chartreuse dust. Pretty thick. I don't think oak pollen is like the major allergen, but there's so much of it. I think it just serves like an irritant, almost like smoke in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And it really helps a lot.
Well, it brings out the folds.
Yeah.
Is sort of the key.
And although those are pretty decent colors, it tones them down a little bit too.
Yeah, they can be a little flat on their own. Hey. One thing with black wash is it actually lighten up a little as it dries.
Yeah, it looks really dark when it first goes on. Almost scary, like, what did I do?
Yes.
Need to do the other side of this and then finish the backs of the hinges. And then probably do the last bit of brown touch up. put these hinges just off to get them finished. Okay, so I got both sides of that. I'm done with this silver part. What I need to do is pull out the brown, whichever one that was.
Flat
Brown, flatter,
brown.
flat brown. I'll keep the little brush because it's in my hand, and go back and take the clip off. If I can handle it now. And I'm going to do two things. One is touch up little spots like here, where the silver went over the edge, and there. But also finish the sides of the nails that didn't get painted before. First one that I lifted up. And if that dries up quickly enough, I take the black wash and finish up these doors. But first,
The try.
yeah. There. So is where it doesn't look good. Here. That's where the brown painted. If I cover mostly these bits down here where the alligator clip was. Paint changes color so dramatically when it dries that it's really easy to tell when it dries. Let's put it on the paper clip. It's good. Just do the same little touch-up stuff here. These doors have these holes in them. So, bottom of the door where it really doesn't show, but I need to make sure that it is consistent. Hey. Yep, let's get that little spot. So, as that dries, what we'll be doing with these, there's just enough time to finish them, I think, will be black wash on the metal, just the metal part, and then taking the bitty brush and putting a line of black wash in the gaps between the boards. Not going to wash the boards, because it doesn't really show that much on here, but delineating the separation does make quite a difference in the appearance. Wow, that looks good. The purple really changed.
Yes, the purple changes a lot. The last thing I'm going to do is go back over with the turquoise and make the glyphs really pop out and be kind of flat and odd.
Yeah, could you hand me the black? You've got a whole bunch of black wash there. Yeah, that'll be more than enough for the door. To do these lines. Doesn't have to be incredibly precise. As it dries, especially, you'll just get this really nice of the boards in the door. And since the print went through all the trouble of creating that detail, we might as well do our best to let people see it. I can only effectively brush in one direction. We'll do it that way, and then turn it over and do the other way.
There's what I was hoping to avoid, but I did it. Because today's just like that.
That's how that goes, and then the black wash, just using the same brush and doing, fairly heavy. Putting black wash on the metallic part will significantly tone down the shininess and bring out things like the nail heads. the heavy on because the lunch tends to, not be quite so dark as it dries. But I want this to look, warm. An alternative would be to use umber wash or brown wash and make it look rusty. But these doors are not rusty doors, so they're not doing that.
Good analysis.
Yeah. And if you don't want it to look rusty,
don't make it look rusty.
Make it look rusty. We have done that though. Like in other dungeons where it's been old and damp. And we wanted things to look rusty. The effect actually works really quite well.
Why are you doing this to me today? Just the days, completely screwed for me. I'm very tilted. You can tell.
Just everything is being uncooperative. Huh?
Yeah.
Lines look really dark on the screen, darker than they really look in person.
Mm-hmm.
But then they tone down quite a lot. I mean, they're less stark, not like black paint later. It just looks like shadows in the wood.
So what I'm doing now is I'm dry brushing highlights back over, especially in the ivory.
It's kind of what it looks like when it dries. So I got one of the two doors done now. Do the other one. You could do a lot of shading on these doors, but the reality is that these are designed for gameplay, and you're not as display pieces. So what you want them to do is look realistic enough that you and your players enjoy, like, walking through the door because they open and close.
Oh, welcome back.
Well, you lost your signal. They're almost more like what you call like a prop, right? most props for the movies and things, although they look huge and expensive, are made out of cheap materials and they're spray painted and things, but they look amazing on camera. And what's more, what we're looking at here is what would the appearance be if you were, say, streaming it on a show, or what would the appearance be if you were sitting around the table and playing a game with it. Just on your side of the door, and these two doors. What's that there for? Or are they just like extra doors?
They were just sitting around.
The two
I'm sure they'll
doors.
be used for something.
Yeah, we got, I counted them on Wednesday. We've got a dozen door frames with finished doors that need to be assembled. Put the hinge pins through the doors, glue them in, and then we got operating doors.
Yeah. No. But you didn't.
Did you miss any flips? Yes.
I just said no.
And I'd asked if there was a flip early on.
I gave them a flip, several.
Yeah. So is that one of two emojis we got working now?
We have several emojis working. Sevens works.
No, I've been on this side.
They finally got approved.
No, did they all get approved?
And they're emotes, not emojis.
Emotes. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Hand cramp. Nice. So this one is fairly well dry. Now you can see what it looks like. You can see the highlights of the decoration of the boards. The silver is much toned down. It still looks like it's fairly new, but it's not that bright anymore. And those are two finished doors. So what did we accomplish today? We made parts of 2 doors, and let's share a new egg. And we still haven't learned how to get things quite on camera, but there. And Nikki is finishing up the cultist thing. We hope will not be too destructive if it ever shows up in one of our campaigns.
It's for the mini series that we're gonna make. Actually,
put my glasses on so I can see. Oh yeah, that's very good.
you like it?
Yeah, the shading came out really well. You know, those colors were... Wow. Yeah, I mean, it really came out well, the shading on the purple and the red. The way it highlights the folds and changes the color just enough, too. And painting the runes that aquamarine blue, I think, was a good idea, rather than some sort of metal.
Yeah, no, I've regretted the flip emote when I initially made it.
Yeah.
This entity, do you know what they're called?
That entity?
Yeah.
I have no clue. No idea. What is it called?
This is the Eater of Lies.
Eater of Lives? Or
Lies. Lies.
Eater of Lies.
Yes.
So if you were to lie, it would just eat what you said, but not you.
Maybe. If you're lucky.
I'm just looking at this. We have actually a pretty good selection of some blue colors that we're going to do Sturmgrimmy blue.
I'd like Sturmgrimmy to be sort of, if we can make like a pearlescent, iridescent scales, that would be really cool. That's pretty hard to do in paint though.
Yeah. That, I wonder what that would look like. If it's even around anymore. I'm going to try this.
Do you have that black wash still?
Oh yeah, there's lots of it.
I want to do a tiny bit of dry brushing in a couple of very select areas.
So if, for example, we were to take, I don't know, duraluminum, because it's right in front of me. You just make a catch of it. Because we have a blue wash and a green wash. I'm not quite sure how they will work on this.
What are you doing?
I've done this before. Is you put down a metallic, a silver or a gold, and then put a wash over it, and it looks the color of the metal on it. Yeah, I was afraid that purple would just sort of disappear in the black, but it holds up really well.
Yeah, and I could dry brush on some highlights, but I kind of want to keep it dark and
Yeah,
pretty.
I like the way that looks.
Yeah, any changes I need to make?
Looks like a sort of an Emperor Palpatine color and its skin there.
With the blue?
Yeah.
a little bit, yeah.
I'm glad you went with the black highlight around the bottom of the red, and the light color on the purple looks good. And there's just enough ornamentation with the gold around the rune banners. There's some wealth there, but it's not ostentatious. That came out really nicely.
Yeah, I'll take some pictures on a better camera than this little webcam that we're using for the top down. So hopefully it'll show a little more.
The green one. I know there's a blue one here too.
I feel like I should do a little more dry brushing with the ivory in a couple of spots
on the back, yeah,
where it's a little dark.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to get the sort of those darks in there for the folds, but then sort of bring it back up.
We should they make pearlescent paints. We should find some, right?
I guess, yeah. I don't know how good they are.
I don't either. I know there's different colors of wash that we can. The other thing too is if you like the metallic look and a certain color, like aquamarine, is you could thin it way down and use it like a wash as well.
Yeah. Or mix them.
The problem with that is, it's just a one-off. You never get the same color again, really.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the blue wash that we had. Is that it there, way in the end?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm just really trying to focus and finish up.
I'm just trying to be annoying here. Really use these. They haven't worked very well. That we've done so far.
Yeah, the blue wash has been a little disappointing.
By itself on white, it's not too bad, but it doesn't really work on many other colors. Some colors. We don't need too many, maybe 3 different colors.
I don't even know what colors they made.
Oh. I think what we'd be looking for are the paints that you use to paint model cars.
Oh.
Yeah, rather than like military models or monster models.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a whole series of paints.
Well, you don't want just glossy. You need...
No. But I think they're designed to be pearlescent and metal flake. You can get metal flake colors as well.
Just cleaning up these runes a tiny bit. To wrap out.
Yep. I'm going to take my face out from behind the curlicues.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the problem with the 2-person with the new frame is you get a little curly-cued.
Clean up my workstation.
Okay. I'm gonna call this good. It needs a little bit of, well, I need to take a better picture of it than I can get with this camera, and we'll post that on, like, social media and stuff. Hopefully, you'll be able to see it. There's just some spots that really are bothering me. They're almost, it's like so close to being there. I can, like, feel it. Jeez. Just keep going and going. Here, I'm gonna pop it over here since I'm the only one painting right now. Okay. Now I'm going on. It's just really bothering me.
What's bothering you?
Oh, just getting this looking correct. Okay. Well, I think with this last little bit, I will be as done as I can stand to be. As I wrap up, remember this weekend at 2 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, we have our 50th episode of our D&D show, and as part of that, we'll be doing a giveaway of a really cool set of D&D books. They're using like the alternate art covers and are kind of rare. You want to check that out. That's 2 p.m. Eastern on our Twitch channel that you're watching on right now, if you're watching live. So please check that out. And yeah, otherwise, I'm just gonna wrap up one or two more things. We will be done for the day. Thank you for sticking with me through my difficult nothing wants to work for me day that I'm having today. And you can see that sometimes painting isn't always easy and works with you, but if you just take your time, breathe a little, you can get through it and it'll turn out great still. Putting a little extra dark wash down in the lower parts of the robe here that I want darker. Just as a little quick wrap up. Alright. Thanks, everyone. We're gonna throw right over to tech violence, so please stick around as I cut to our end screen. And they're really awesome, and give them some watch time and all that. And I'm too frazzled to even do a good ending, so that's where we're ending today. Thank you so much, and say hi to tech violence for me.